This with you. All right. I think we're ready to start moving up to the table. Hi everyone, we'll be getting started in the next 1 to 2 minutes, so if you'd please take your seats, and can I ask the first group of panelists to please join me on stage. Thank y'all so much. That one's working. And then, let's see. Where's Zoe? Let's see. Ask Zoe to do a timer for me.
How do y'all feel? Does everybody feel good? Everybody feel good?
Start the timer, and then we can get rolling. Okay. You ready? Okay. All right. Good morning, everyone. On behalf of Public Art of the University of Houston System, I want to welcome you to City as Canvas, Art as Archive, Public Art and Public History in Conversation. Thank you all so much for joining us this morning. My name is Emily Harris. I'm the Graduate Assistant at Public Art UHS, and I'll be moderating today's event. Thank you. We have a wonderful program for you today of discussions led by some of Houston's most notable public artists, historians, and cultural leaders. We invite you to sit back and enjoy this exploration of how Houston stories are expressed, shared, and preserved through the powerful work of public art and public history. Without further ado, let's get started and introduce our first group of panelists. So first, I'd like to introduce you to Dr. Jessie Esparza. Dr. Esparza is an associate professor of history at Texas Southern University and the interim chair of the history department. Dr. Esparza earned his PhD from the University of Houston, and his area of expertise is the history of Latinos in the United States, with a particular emphasis on civil rights activism. He is also the board president of the Texas Oral History Association and the president of the Collective of Progressive Educators, a nonprofit organization dedicated to uncovering, preserving, and promoting the history of U.S. Latinos. Dr. Jessie Esparza. Next, we have Dr. Debbie Harwell. Dr. Harwell is the editor of the Center for Public History's Houston History Magazine, a publication of the University of Houston. She is also an associate professor of history at U of H and has taught classes on Houston history in the Honors College since 2012. Her Houston history classes examine the social, cultural, economic, and political history of Houston, as well as the city's diversity through migration and immigration. Dr. Harwell received her PhD from the University of Houston, focusing on women in the civil rights movement. Dr. Debbie Harwell. Up next, Paul Kittleson. Paul is a sculptor and public artist and received his MFA from the University of Houston in 1985. Since moving to Houston, he has participated in both traditional exhibitions and public projects. His public works range from early site-specific sculptures using discarded materials to numerous community-based projects. His most recent works include large-scale commissions at prominent locations in Houston and beyond, including a 50-foot steel alligator at Armand Bayou Nature Center in Pasadena in 2024. Paul Kittleson. And lastly, we have Michaela Selly. Michaela is the archivist and program manager for recovering the U.S. Hispanic literary heritage at Arte Publico Press. She is an archivist, curator, and consultant dedicated to preserving and sharing Hispanic and Latina heritage. With over a decade of experience, she brings expertise in archival preservation and a creative eye for engaging exhibits that connect communities with their history. Michaela Selly. Thank you all so much for being here today. I'd like to go ahead and get started with our first topics this morning for our panel, which are going to be all about how history is preserved in Houston and how those stories are shared through public art and public history projects. So with that being said, the first question that I'd like to ask you all is, Houston is a city of untold stories, from civil rights histories to the voices of immigrant communities. So in your experience, how do public art and public history work together to amplify these kinds of narratives? Dr. Esparza, I'll start with you.
Good morning, Emily. Thank you. Thank you for inviting me to sit on today's panel. I'm really honored to be here. And thank you to the audience and everyone who made today possible. I appreciate this space and this opportunity. You know, I think that public art and public history work hand in hand to promote hidden histories. One of the things that I try to do as an educator is I teach the history that sometimes is not talked about. And I talk about histories that sometimes do not appear in our textbooks. And so that's really my jam through and through. It's sort of part of the DNA when I walk into a classroom and even when I'm outside the classroom. But you know, I like the way public art particularly helps me do that. When I think of these sort of visual memorials, what comes to mind are things like murals and sculptures and street art and those kinds of things. And these are fascinating spaces and sort of productions that help me expand the way I want students to learn and think about history. And so lots of my objectives in the classroom is to get students to go and visit these spaces throughout the city and to then interrogate those spaces and then come back and we talk about it through a critical thought piece or those kinds of things. But I appreciate when students share with me how they begin to talk about history in very organic ways that sometimes doesn't happen in the classroom as much as I'd like it to, and as hard as I work it to make it so, it doesn't happen that way oftentimes. But these public art creations help accomplish that. And so they're great conversation starters. And so along the same lines, I think that they're great for enhancing critical thinking and really to push back against some of the erasure that's taking place as we're getting more of Mexican American and other ethnic studies histories and curriculum sort of taken out of schools K through 12. And now we're beginning to see the same thing in higher ed. I think that public art and public history programs do a great deal to combat against that erasure that, you know, that is onset now and that is forthcoming. And so, but yeah, that's I think that they work hand in hand and they amplify my work, my effort to sort of think and have people think about history outside of the classroom and not just on the days that they come and see me, whether it be on Monday, Wednesday, or Friday. So
That's wonderful. Thank you, Dr. Esparza. Dr. Harwell?
Good morning. Thank you all for being here, and thank you for Emily for inviting me. I really appreciate it. I think that public art and public history, by definition, bring the work out to the public. That's part of what it means to do those two things. And they do make, as Jesse was saying, stories more accessible. And certainly in the Center for Public History here at U of H, that is one of our main goals, is to make history matter in Houston. And so as public art and public history, our job is to take that work out into the public and make it more accessible, whether that's outside the walls of the university or outside the walls of a museum. Sometimes it involves removing paywalls, making more digital access and that sort of thing to make public art and public history available to the public. We have a perfect example of that here at the University of Houston, which was conceived by Dr. Pamela Quiros, who is the director of the Center for Mexican American and Latina Studies. And it is called Latino Cartographies. It's a digital board that presents public art from all across the city of Houston done by Latino artists. And it is the perfect blend of public art and public history. And I have a little video there with two of the artists, Jesse Cifuentes and Laura Lopez Cano, who will explain a little bit about the board.
Is a real important educational input to the entire city, not just our immediate population. It's very educational, it tells a story, and it brings us the Hispanic art and culture into the forefront. And it's something that not everybody knows about. They may have seen it, and they have heard about it, but here they can get a little bit more in-depth, even personal, because the cartography, you can click on the biography of the artist. That's pretty neat. I think that's good. And they may even see the artist and working, and if they see a public work somewhere, they'll be able to get a face to that public work that they see on the street all the time.
To me, this night was just amazing, and seeing the board, because I had seen it previously, but every time I look at it, I say, how did I miss that, or how did it grow so fast? And it's just amazing what they've done. But even for me, thinking that I know a lot of the artists here, there are a lot of artists I didn't know, or even, you know, got past that bureau before, and I didn't even know who it was, right? You just take some stuff for granted.
So you can get a sense of what the board is, how the art is. It's actually 360 degrees on the board. They've done an immersive exhibit. It represents now over 340 artists. They have 5,000 images, 3,000 of which are works of art by Latino artists. They've also showcased 8 communities and 81 landmarks. So it really brings that history and art together. They also have on there what they call hot spots, and these are especially notable on the murals. The one that's shown here, which is the Chicano student mural, or also La Marcha por la Humanidad, which is downstairs. If you want to look at it this afternoon, go down to the basement and go into the bookstore. It's right there. And you can click on that. You learn about the artists. You learn about the history that the artists are representing in the mural. And it's really very exciting, cutting-edge stuff, especially to me as a historian who really is not an artist at all. I love seeing this way that the two things are brought together. And I should also add that it's really easy to manipulate for both children and adults. And it not only has the history that's represented through the art, but there's also opportunities for people to create their own art on the board. And so I think it's the perfect marriage of public history and public art.
I 100% agree. I'd love to circle back to this once we get to our second question. I think it relates to a lot of those points that we'll be speaking about. I'd love to hear from you, Paul. What do you think in terms of how public art and public history work together to amplify some of Houston's untold stories?
Okay. Thank you, Emily. Thank you for organizing this. You've done an amazing job, and good luck with your thesis here, too. And thanks, everyone, for coming. Especially you students, I know how hard it is to get you here on a Friday. So anyway, this first question about history and public art, I think is kind of brings me as an artist at least to the idea of monuments and how their role in public art. And as we know, and we're going to see today, public art is a very broad field. It's performative arts, it's community-based arts, it's murals and everything. But the idea of the monument is kind of one of those iconic forms where artists are able to make something that is going to be there for a long period of time, for hundreds of years potentially, and it lives, and it's a singular kind of static experience that people change and generations come and go, but it stays the same, and it's always being reinterpreted no matter what it is. So it's kind of an interesting kind of a marker in time or space sometimes for people to reflect on various issues and those sorts of things. I also wanted to kind of bring it back home and talk about a couple of my local heroes in Houston area, two artists. You have Luis Jimenez, the great artist that I had the privilege of working with for 10 years here at U of H. Do you have images of his Vaquero? And yes, of course, everyone recognizes the Vaquero. And then we have the Fiesta dances right here on campus as well. Yeah. So Luis drew heavily upon his own experience, like artists always do, too. And this idea of history really is played out through individuals' experiences, too. And so the idea of the vaquero, the cowboy that's hundreds of years old, Luis took it in a very kind of immediate way. He rendered it in a way that related to his life and his experiences. And his father was a professional sign painter, and he grew up amongst Latino culture with lowriders and in the 70s. And so the colors and the fiberglass and really express a contemporary version of a very old idea. So it's interesting that it's important to remember that all art comes from artists. It's not like some government made these things to make, you know, a statement about something. It's artists' individual interpretations of their work. The other artist I'm thinking about is David Addix, who recently passed away. David, I think everyone recognizes the work from truly a Houston icon in his own way, very local kind of person. He grew up in Huntsville too, where the home of Sam Houston is. He's very invested in the Huntsville area, and when they were marking the 200-year anniversary, I guess, of Sam Houston, no, it was 150, I forget how long it's been. Anyway, he was on the committee in Huntsville to commemorate, they were going to do a big party or something, and he said, well, we need to do something that's going to not just be here for another year or 2 years, we need to do something that's going to be here for another 100 years. So he had this vision of creating this large Sam Houston sculpture there. And we all know his president's heads and all the political interpretation, but it's actually a very kind of deeply personal monument at the same time, which is kind of interesting. I had David talk to my public art class, I guess 5 years ago or something. It was right during the COVID thing. So he was online, but he was telling the story of the Sam sculpture, and he was talking about how they had this cement mixer that they used throughout the whole project, and they kept using it all the time, and they'd gotten all the way up to the top of Sam's head right here, and the cement mixer broke. So then they decided, well, let's put the cement mixer inside of his head. And so they did. They put the cement mixer inside of Sam Houston's head. So now whenever I drive by Sam Houston, I can't think about the cement mixer in his head. So anyway, all these little stories that go along with these kind of iconic things of Sam Houston and the politician that he was. And I think about David Addix and his own kind of quirky ego things that he did. And so anyway, I think the broader point is kind of that history is not static. It's always being reinterpreted. We know that from all the other monuments that have been controversial around the country and elsewhere. But it's also is personal in a lot of ways as well. No, I'll leave it there.
Thank you, Paul. I'll remember that next time that I drive by the Sam Houston head. I'll remember that story. Michaela, I'd love to hear what you think about this question.
Thank you. What I love about this theme, city as canvas, art as archive, is that it recognizes Houston as its own living record. Every mural, every exhibit, every archival box holds evidence of how people have shaped this place, how they have claimed belonging here in Houston. And from as a public historian, I see public art and public history, they both thrive on storytelling, right? Making community memory visible. And in my work as an archivist, I've seen both at the Houston Public Library and at Arte Público Press, murals, exhibits, all carrying the pieces, the fragments of community history and community memory that are often overlooked. And so that collaboration between artists and historians is really a way to, it's not just preserving the past, but really giving it a stage. Kind of art can become the voice for the archive, where the archive can sometimes be limited in a way. And actually two of us on this panel and another member on the second panel are part of a team that is working on a multi-city, large-scale public outdoor installation called Latinx Freedom. And this exhibition will enhance and transform archival materials, photographs, possibly oral histories, into large-scale visuals in public spaces. And essentially that collaboration turns what someone would be doing in an archive, the research process, into a very shared experience, into a very public experience. And so again, really bringing the archive to the public in ways that makes it more accessible and incredibly beautiful and powerful, as we've seen.
That was a beautiful response. I love your phrase, Houston is really the living record. That's a wonderful way to put it. And I think that leads in beautifully to the next question that I wanted to ask you. All of you have been talking about the ways that both of these types of projects actually preserve the histories that we have here in Houston. And I really like what Paul was talking about in terms of these works also containing a lot of personal expression and memory, because a lot of the times both public art and public history projects rely on preservation through memory, as well as the material sources like in an archive that we still have available to us. So I'm curious to know, or if we could dive in deeper to some of those strategies of what the process of preservation looks like in each of your practices or organizations. Specifically, in what Dr. Harwell addressed with Latino cartographies, having that be a digital archive means that so much of that public work that may be already lost or destroyed due to its nature may now be preserved eternally in this digital space. So I'm curious to learn a bit more about what the practice of preservation looks like to each of you in your own work and your own organizations. Dr. Esparza, if you'd like to get us started.
Yeah, that's a fantastic question. You know, I don't have a lot of equipment and technology, but I do know how to, and forgive me for saying it this way, but I do know how to beg, borrow, and steal. And part of that is really kind of just relying and leaning on partners, community partners. But the way I think about preservation, as it relates to, you know, the story of people, I rely on oral histories. And I've incorporated them and brought them into my classroom, and they are a mainstay of my curriculum. And every spring semester that I'm able to do it, I do large for me, maybe not large for some experts on the panel, but a large oral history project that is worthwhile, I think. And but I also, you know, I do rely on institutions like at my campus. You know, this is a lot of this part of the field and the work is new to me. I'm not a trained public historian, and so I just started recently having conversations with the special collections over at TSU. I'm at TSU and I teach Chicano history there about digital commons and how I can use that for exhibit creation and preservation and those kinds of things. So that's very exciting. And I had asked them a very silly question. I said, well, when did y'all get this? And seemingly they had it for several years. But that's my deficit, not theirs. But yeah, so I rely on oral histories. I love talking to people. I love having these conversations. And I make it clear to students when we do them in the classroom or we do it in other spaces that we're not the experts. While we are in college and we got degrees, we're not the experts in the room. The storytellers are the experts, and we're there to learn and to listen and learn. But yeah, I mean, outside of my institution, I've partnered with the Houston Public Library, and I'm helping currently the Houston History Research Center expand their preservation efforts. We have been, and we sort of started again doing these oral history projects. We interviewed a gentleman on Monday. We're interviewing someone later today at 2:30. Victor Trevino's, who we're interviewing for the second time now. And so we are doing these interviews everywhere we can. And then I try to incorporate these interviews when they become accessible back into the classroom and make them digital exhibits or walk-in exhibits and those kinds of things to the best of my ability. Small scale, but huge for me. The other thing that I do to try to, when I, you know, in terms of thinking of how to preserve Houston's history, Emily mentioned COPE, that sort of nonprofit that I belong to. This organization, again, in partnership with other institutions like Arte Público Press, for example, we participate and we often get engaged what's known as a history harvest. And that's basically an opportunity where we go out into the community and we invite community members to come and sit and visit with us. And they bring artifacts, photographs, memorabilia, anything that speaks to their history or the history of their neighborhood or their community. And we capture their stories and we interview them and we digitally scan the materials they bring. And you know, we learned how to do that through the persons over at Arte Público Press who really have kind of just really mastered that whole practice. And so we're still learning to do it, and we learn what kind of equipment we need and how long these interviews should be and those kinds of things. But all of this helps us kind of build the community archive. We are not COPE and we are not in a space where we can store these things on some kind of online repository. Perhaps now through my campus's digital commons, maybe now that can serve as a space for it. But more importantly, we want these community people who come out to begin to build their own archives. Their history is just as important as anybody else's. And then the other things that we do, the other thing that I know I do, I did it on Monday when we interviewed this other gentleman right here in the East End, is without fail, every time we go to somebody's house to conduct an interview, an oral history, they always bust out, either right before, during, or after, they bust out photos, and we love it. And so, you know, these photographs that they have, you know, this interview is supposed to be about a 50-minute long interview. It ends up becoming an hour and 40 minutes because of the images that they share with us. But what I asked them is, I have two different kinds of conversations with these storytellers when they do that. First, I ask them, what do they intend to do with these photographs? And then I ask them to consider maybe thinking about depositing those in a repository like Arte Público Press, or like the Houston History Research Center, or the forthcoming Hispanic History Research Center, or UH Special Collections, right? If I know that there's a collectioner that might gel with that. So I ask them if they want to do that, and I can see from their expressions sometimes that they're probably not with that. And so the second thing that I do, I say, well, would you be okay if we were able to bring you then some material, like I'm thinking acid-free boxes and folders, so that we can give those to you so that you can better preserve these photographs that you have of your great-grandfather, and it looks like if I touch it, it's going to turn into dust. And so those are just some of the kind of small things that I do, and I say small, but really that's a big thing to offer somebody. And just on Monday, I asked the representative from the Houston Public Library that when we came back to do the scanning of these photos, that we can come with these boxes, and so that it's free for the storyteller. And so History Harvest, providing acid-free boxes and doing oral histories is the way I attempt to participate and help preserve Houston's history, Houston's Latino history, Chicano history, hidden history, histories of any community that is undertold. That's what I try to do.
I love that term, history harvest. I think that is just an incredible way to describe what that effort looks like, of extending this agency to the storytellers, to the people that are the keepers of their history and the broader history of our city, and giving them that extension to say, please share that with us. Let's collect and let's build a community around that, so it's not just you having to do that all by yourself, but providing the means to do that. I think that's really beautiful. Thank you for sharing that. Dr. Harwell, what does preservation look like in your practice?
Well, first of all, I want to echo what Jesse said and what you just said about History Harvest. Mika, Jesse, and I think, Christian, correct me if I'm wrong, Special Collections here at U of H, we've all engaged in some sort of history harvest work. And it really is a great way to bring in the untold or undertold stories that we wouldn't know otherwise, and to preserve that material. Even if people aren't turning it over to us, it's creating a digital record, so that's really important. In terms of what we do at the Houston History Magazine, which I'm the editor, that's a publication of the Center for Public History. Yeah, that's the one. One of the things that we've done is that we've worked with Mike Guidry, putting together some articles in the past on the public art collection here at UH, which is now UH Public Art System. And so we did that in 2012 for the 85th anniversary, and now we did one in 2023 leading up to the centennial. This program in and of itself is really historic. If you're not aware, in 1966, I think it was, the Board of Regents agreed to set aside 1% of all construction funds on new buildings to contribute to public art here on our campus. So not only do we have some historically significant pieces of art here on campus, the program in and of itself is something that is historic, and I think that's certainly worth recognizing. I also want to mention that working with Mika when she was at the Houston History Research Center, or formerly Houston Metropolitan Research Center, I used to go to Mika for pictures all the time. I was constantly there. And because pictures are an important part, sometimes those are artwork, sometimes not, but they're an important part of telling stories. And so I was working on a magazine, Latinos in Houston, and Mika suggested well, we had an article on braceros, and she said, well, hey, I know an artist who's done these paintings of braceros, and I cannot remember her first name, but their last name's Magana. Ah, okay. I can't see. I'm sorry, I can't see. Now I can see you. But, I mean, that was like such a great moment for me. It's one of my favorite covers that we've ever done, even today. And I think later your art ended up in the Latino Art Now Festival and whatnot. But I've never forgotten that, how important that art was to telling that story in the magazine. So Gabby, thank you very much. Thank you. Preservation is really critical, of course, to keeping the artwork that tells these stories. And I have a couple of examples of that. These two murals are actually were at TSU. They were done by an artist named Harvey Johnson, who was a student of the muralist John Biggers. Harvey Johnson actually taught art at TSU for a little over 30 years. But even though these murals were there for almost that entire time, when a new president came in, John Rudley, who was a CPA and economist, he thought they were eyesores. So I'm not sure beauty is always in the eye of the beholder, but he thought he knew better than the art experts. And in the dead of night, he had these murals painted over. And so they were lost for all time, except for pictures of them. Other murals also get painted over out in the public, and this one, Sin Fronteras, is fortunately it had been documented for Latino cartographies. And then they went back to get a better picture of it, and that is the mural that had replaced it, solid black paint. So it shows you how important this is. It's not happening in just one community, it's happening in a lot of places. And of course, most recently, we're seeing Graffiti Park is being eliminated to make room for the I-45 mega freeway that we're also excited about. So lots of things, you know, end up being part of history. And then I'll add also, just as a closing note, that even in museums right now, artwork is not safe. And there are things that people are being instructed to remove because they are too diverse. Not sure how that's a problem, but they're too diverse, or they maybe seem unpatriotic to certain people. And that's unfortunate that we're losing this very important art and losing access to very important art for that reason.
Those are really excellent points and definitely very salient for the types of censorship that we're facing today, and also constant redevelopment in Houston, constant building, rebuilding that are leading to the destruction of so many of our long-known works of public art that people have grown up around, and then one day all of a sudden come to find them gone. So the act of preservation, through making sure that we have photographs of them, making sure that they are digitized, is incredibly important, and thank you for your work in making that happen, all of you. Paul, any thoughts on what preservation looks like in your own artistic practice?
Well, I think of it in a very literal way in terms of all my 30-year-old sculptures that are falling apart and always need preserved and put together. And I was thinking about Michael Guidry and all his maintenance and preservation that he has to do just to keep what we have up and looking good. But in another way, though, I think about preservation in terms of memory and how things that are even no longer there hold a place in our collective conscience and our social fabric and all that sort of thing. And in thinking about this talk and looking at this question too, I don't know, for whatever reason, the April 5th, 1986 came to mind. I think history always happens in events, you know, Harvey and this thing happened. So when we think about history, we don't think chronology we think about big events. And on April 5th, 1986, there was a performance in Houston called a Rendezvous Houston. Was anyone here in Houston on April 5th? Really? You actually remember that? Yeah, it was. You have the poster. Yeah, see, that's what I'm talking about, is archives and posters and pictures and lasting memories of these events. Anyway, it was the 150th sesquicentennial of Texas, and it was also the 25th anniversary of NASA forming. And so the city decided to put on, it wasn't really the city, it was the Houston Festival that put on this mega performance by a French artist named Jean-Michel Jarre. And he was brought in, and it took place on the Houston skyline, and there was lasers going off, there was fireworks, there was dancers hanging from ropes down the buildings, there was projections happening. He was a sort of an avant-garde, I guess you would say, musician himself, so there was this musical component to it. In fact, one of the astronauts was supposed to play the saxophone, Ronald McNair, I think was his name, and he died in the Challenger accident right before the event happened, so he wasn't able to do that. Anyway, the sound for the event was being played just through people's boom boxes that were around this thing, and for whatever reason, it was like this creative tsunami hit the city, and all this stuff happened all at one time on this one day. And over, like, when I read the Wikipedia to refresh my memory, it said like 1.5 million people were there. It was the largest public concert ever given, or at the time, whatever. It just shut down the whole city, and the sound was just emanating from all around you, just walking through the crowds and masses of people. Anyway, on that very same day was the opening of the Noguchi Sculpture Garden at the MFA. John Cage, the famous composer, was there doing a performance of one of his works. Michael Galbraith of the Art Guys was in charge of New Music America, this festival, and he organized a parade of artists and art cars that went down Montrose Boulevard to the Noguchi Sculpture Garden that ended there too. Anyway, there was all this stuff that happened on that one day, and it was such a seminal day in kind of Houston history. A lot of convergence happened, and it continued to resonate for years and years after, that, and it served as this really iconic moment in time. And like you say, the posters are still around, so that's how we kind of remember. That's been, 40 years ago now, so the fact that it's even being thought of at this point is pretty incredible. So anyway.
That's an incredible story. I had no idea that there was such an event where all of that creativity just exploded all at once in the city.
Yeah.
So now I'm going to have to do some further research into that. That sounds
I
incredible.
forgot to give you a slide to put up. You could.
I'll go look it up this afternoon. I'm curious to know more. Mika, what does preservation look like in your practice? As an archivist, I'm sure it's incredibly always at the front of mind.
Yes, definitely. First, I'd like to say, Debbie, maybe that sounds like a Houston History Magazine article about this
I think
event.
it could be.
Yeah, so as an archivist, I definitely think of, there's a few definitions that come to mind, thinking of the literal safeguarding physical records is a big part of my life. Rehousing, acid-free, making sure these things are gonna last for a really long time. But beyond the physical materials, it's also about preservation of context, cultural context. The things that give the materials meaning, and something at Recovery at Arte Público that we train our students on is the power of description and the domino effect that has on the artists that then use them, the historians that use these items in the classroom. And I always talk about the example of, if we're describing a photograph, a newspaper clipping, and I decide to use the word riot instead of protest, what are the implications of my choice? A small decision that I made at my little desk in the dark, no one else knows, and then what happens with that word and that image? How is it found? How is it then described later? How is it interpreted by artists who may not know the rest of the context? And so we really make sure that our students, between high school and graduate students, when they're working with materials, are understanding preservation of context, and that we don't necessarily know all of that context, and that's why talking to community is so important, involving the creators, the storytellers themselves in the description. So when I think of preservation, I think of the physical records, I think of the context, but also the preservation that happens in people's homes. I also teach our students to give credit to all of the families who do this work at their home. The fact that something makes it to an archive means somebody was preserving it. And in my experience, so often, it's been a majority in my experience, women in the homes, mothers, grandmothers, someone's aunt, who's been safeguarding all of these materials, maybe under the terrible name of like hoarder, but really they're an archivist and they're safeguarding these materials. And so, preservation in Houston happens in archives, but it also happens in families' homes and within families who are very, very well aware of their own contributions to Houston, whether they share it publicly or not. And that's important to keep in mind when we think about preservation in Houston, and about legacy and whose stories are told, and how many collections make it to an archive, how many collections make it into very public spaces. So.
Those are really excellent points. I love thinking about the fact that building an archive is really a daily practice. It's something that you're incredibly intentional about, and always being future looking to say what is going to be important for people to know that I can keep today so that people understand it for tomorrow. And your point about context, I think, is incredibly essential as well, particularly for the example that you used of a term such as riot when another term could be protest. There are many examples in Houston's history that are sadly too often untold that have that kind of misunderstood context, that it's really important that that decision is not made also by just a single individual, which I think speaks to Dr. Esparza's point about the public historians are not the experts. They're more of the conduits in taking what the storytellers give them, express to them, and making that accessible for the public to understand with all of those layers imbued within it, and not just a singular perspective. So to that point, I'd like to ask you our final question for this panel. What are could you elaborate on some strategies, some concrete strategies that you use to make these types of stories accessible to people and to make those resonate widely? I know we've talked about that a lot in everything that we've been discussing so far, but what are some concrete strategies that you like to employ or would recommend to others for how to make those stories accessible and resonate? Dr. Esparza.
Yeah, that's also a good question. Thank you. As I mentioned, I sort of give a lot of historical authority to the use of oral histories. And for me, that's been the easiest way and the most effective way to make these hidden histories, sort of widely available to the surrounding communities. And oral histories, it's really informed the way I teach, it's informed the way that I research, it's informed the way that I write, it's informed the way that I think about history. And so I appreciate what that methodology has done for me. It's really sort of brought me into a new world. And as I continue to learn more and grow within this field, this part of the discipline, and I'm really excited about what the future holds. And I have a lot of forthcoming projects and opportunities, I think, because of the credence that I give to oral histories. And as I mentioned, I've been doing this probably about 10 years. I mentioned that I work with the Houston Public Library, and we've done, I think, 10 interviews already. But I started working with the Houston Public Library back in, 2015 when Mika was with them. and we were interviewing Latina and Latino veterans of the Second World War. And I think we did like maybe 16 veterans, and that really was the genesis of my journey in oral history and in public history. And more recently, I've partnered with the Texas Historical Commission, and I'm working with them to document the stories and the histories of Mission Socorro and its residents, which is one of the oldest missions in East Texas, or excuse me, West Texas. It's about, I don't know, maybe 23 minutes west of El Paso, right there along the borderlands. And we're documenting those stories. And so I've been doing these things for a number of years. And I don't just do the oral histories and I'm in and I'm out. I'm having conversations with these institutions about where they're going to be deposited, and more importantly, how accessible will they be. And so sometimes institutions run the problem where the interviews are not accessible. The metadata isn't done yet, and maybe they were up there, now they're not up there anymore. That's a real problem, and I don't mean that it's a problem like I'm griping about it. I mean, those are real issues that sometimes institutions have to deal with. But accessibility is always a conversation that I have. It's almost all the time that we do these things. When will it be up, and how soon can people start accessing it, and those kinds of things. And then, as I mentioned also from a previous question, I bring these into the classroom. We're either doing oral histories, or we are interrogating interviews that someone else did, or we are finding ways to integrate them into our assignments, and those kinds of things. So I try to make it accessible and widely accessible to persons who would never look at an interview, who don't know what an oral history is, and who then say, hey, well, look, I'm going to go and talk to my mother now. And that's sort of my charge for everybody. Go talk to your oldest living relatives, and just go talk to them and see what kind of wonderful history you're going to learn from people you knew your entire life but don't really know, that kind of stuff. And then when the opportunity presents itself, I try to use these stories to engage in exhibits throughout the city. A couple of years ago, I partnered with the Houston Fire Museum, and they had a beautiful exhibit on display. It was called the Unsung Heroes exhibit, and it was basically an exhibit dedicated to telling the experiences of Latino, Latina, African American, male and female, Asian American, male and female, and women firefighters whose stories and experiences go largely sort of missing and are invisible from the record. And so I partnered with them, and I said, well, look, how can we work together to amplify this exhibit? It was only up for one semester. And so we did an oral history project, and we interviewed about 18, 19, mostly Latino, but also African American, and mostly men, but also women firefighters. And that became sort of part of the exhibit, and students got to participate in that. We went to an exhibit. Mika was there in solidarity. She came and showed up. And so we try to do these kinds of things as well, again, just to make these stories more widely accessible and so people are aware. The other thing that I do is I participate heavily in the conference circuit. In my field, it's part of the job, and I go to at least 2 conferences per semester. I'm going to a conference May 5th, and a lot of the research that I present at these conferences is gleaned through oral histories, and it's about oral history projects that we're doing here in the city. And then Emily mentioned in the introductions that I work also with the Texas Oral History Association, TOHA. I'm on the board. I'm a board member for that organization. It's one of the state's largest collective of practitioners of oral history, and we got all kinds of people. We got expert oral history practitioners to novice, right? To novice oral history practitioners who work with this organization. And we do several things, but our bread and butter is to do this annual conference, and it's a 1.5-day conference, and we bring people from across the state to come and talk about their oral history projects and what they've learned and how can we cross-fertilize and collaborate and those kinds of things. And Debbie came, when we had it here in Houston, Debbie was gracious enough to come and educate the conference attendees on best practices of oral histories. And by the way, Debbie, I don't know if you know this, but she showed up with a colleague of hers and also a student, Samantha De Leon, who was a student at that time, who now sits on the board of the Texas Oral History Association and has been doing magical things with us on that board. And so, I hit the conference circuit and I do a lot of conference planning and those kinds of things. And then when I'm blessed enough to, and I have the opportunity to publish, whether it's a chapter or an article or a manuscript, which I have to do as part of my profession also, all of that is also gleaned through oral histories. My first major book project is gleaned through oral histories. I interviewed 43 persons for that book project. We just submitted a draft maybe about 3 Tuesdays ago for another book project. We're calling it The Body on the Badge, which explores the relationship between Latinos and law enforcement in Houston. And that also is gleaned through oral histories. And so these are the kinds of things that I do. These are the kinds of strategies that I employ to try to make hidden histories, the stories of Latinas and Latinos in hidden communities, more widely known and accessible. And we want people across the state and nation and across the pond to know what Houston people have been doing for decades, and that this history is important. And more importantly, right, you know, we want people to know that these interviews, when they're interested in watching them, are going to be free and accessible to them. So that's the other kind of thing that we try to do.
All amazing points. Thank you, Dr. Esparza. I think illuminating the ways that oral histories can be made accessible through that follow-through of not even like once you conduct the interview, it's all about the process of how can people now access it? How are they going to be able to listen to someone tell their story for an hour? And then you have to think of the creative ways, well, how can we include that in exhibitions and in publications and in panel discussions such as this when we have the opportunity to attend conferences and make those collaborations possible? I think those are all really powerful examples. So thank you for sharing. Dr. Harwell.
Well, first I want to speak about the context of art. If we could. These are a couple of, I'm not sure which side they're going to pop up over here on this side. These are a couple of works of art by a man named Henry McCardle. One is the Dawn at the Alamo. That's the one on top, you can probably tell. And the one down below it is the Battle of San Jacinto. And it's important to think about these works of art and what they represent, because frequently people look at these and they think, because they hang in the Capitol, the Texas Capitol, that they represent the truth of how Texas history unfolded, when in fact what they represent is an artist's interpretation of how history unfolded. And we also need to think about the time in which they were created. So they were created at the turn of the 20th century, which at the same time this myth of Texas history was being created, you had a lot of people who were rethinking the lost cause of the Civil War. And so there were lots of monuments and pieces of art and things like that that were being created to tell one story, when in fact history actually had unfolded in a different way. Someone approached McCardle on the Battle of San Jacinto painting about including one of the Tejanos who had fought on the side of Texas, Captain Antonio Menchaca, and because the Tejanos weren't represented. So he actually, you can't really exactly see it from here, but sort of where Emily's shadow is, he was added to the painting in a smaller version of it later on. And then he had all these people who had been veterans of the battle, who were quite elderly by then, signed statements that it was historically accurate. But it could not have been historically accurate because once Seguin's troops were on the opposite side, they would be in that far background of this painting. So now this is what people think is the real history, but is not, that's not completely accurate. And if you've been to the Alamo, my husband and I were there about 1.5 years ago for the first time in many years. We both grew up going there probably 50 times when we were children. And now they have, I mean, it's so amazing the things that they have added in their display and the completeness of the story that they tell. And yesterday I looked at my newsfeed emails, and there was one saying that Lieutenant Governor Dan Patrick wants to have the CEO of the Alamo Trust removed because they are adding things that mention indigenous people who occupied the Alamo early on. It mentions slavery and some other things, and they don't believe that that's appropriate. So when we look at things like this that are pieces of public art, we need to think about the whole entire historical context for them. And I think that's important message, at least I try to convey to my students when I have the opportunity. I also want to mention one of my favorite pieces of art, which Paul talked about a minute ago, is the Vaquero statue. As Paul said, he represents the history of the American cowboy. I think it's about 30%, if I'm not mistaken, of the cowboys were of Mexican heritage. And the other thing about this that's important is the statue itself was historic in terms of why we got it. There was controversy over whether or not the pose represented something terrible because it was a man on a horse with a gun. Luis Jimenez came here and he talked to the people of Houston about how this was a pose of a conquering hero. And it represented a very important part of history. So I see this as both telling us some history, but the piece of art itself is also history. In terms of how do we get things to resonate with the people, I'm going to jump back to Latino cartographies again. I went to see their immersive exhibit. In fact, I went to see it, I know I saw it at least twice. I may have gone to see it 3 times. So people got to experience the board, but then they were also in this big room where it was, I forget, 200 and something degrees around that you could see it. And people were in tears because they saw their community and their culture represented. And so I feel like that's really important. If you want to resonate with the public, the art needs to reflect who those people are. That's extremely important. And also you need to make it accessible to the best of your ability. That might be a QR code on a piece of art. I mean, not right on the art, but by the art. Something like that that gives people access to a place where they can learn more. We do that at the magazine. We have events, we have podcasts, we have a website, we have social media. So we try to not only reach out with the print publication, but to reach out in other ways as well to make those things accessible. And all those other things that we do are free access. So I think that's important, make it accessible.
I completely agree, and I think a lot of that builds on Mika's point as well about the context surrounding the works of art, but also in the ways that the historical information is communicated. It's also not big picture, but it's logistics as well. And also, again, having these creative outlets like the immersive exhibition that brought the community together and really hit that point of representation home in a very emotional way that really resonated with people. I think that's a wonderful example. Thank you, Dr. Harwell. Paul, what are some strategies that you use for your art projects to make their message resonate more widely?
Well, making things new always gets people's attention. If they see the same old thing, they tend to forget about it. If they see something new, they kind of see it in a new way and remember. But in looking at this question, I was reflecting upon a couple of instances here in Houston. One is the Hanuman sculpture in Sugar Land. Has anyone been down to Sugar Land to see the 90-foot tall, I forget exactly how tall it is, supposedly the 4th largest statue in the United States at the time. Anyway, it's such a great Houston sort of thing. It's down in Sugar Land in a very nondescript kind of warehousey, ugly area, and then get this huge monument stands up there, and it's at the Hindu temple there. Anyway, as far as storytelling and looking at the question about storytelling and using this as an example of how artists use symbols to convey stories, long-held historic stories, and all of the symbols in the Hanuman with the various animal characters and all those things have very specific meanings and reinforce and talk about Hinduism and those sorts of things. So in this instance, at least, the artwork is a way of kind of perpetuating and carrying on certain traditions and all those things. When I was there was a family from Dallas that came all the way down to see the large Hanuman and all that sort of thing. Anyway, so that's kind of the traditional idea of carrying on histories in that way. And then the other thing made me think of it was Shazia Shikandar's witness sculpture that was here at U of H just a year or two ago, and I was really thinking about these two sculptures kind of in relation to each other, since Shazia draws heavily upon her her Middle Eastern or Pakistani background and traditions and all those sorts of things. And yet in this instance here, even though it's filled with all these historic symbols and religious symbolisms and those sorts of things, she's done it in a totally unique way. And that's what kind of brought so much attention to the sculpture, for one thing, but it broadened the audience. And that is, you know, the Hanuman, most of the audience for that piece is within the Hindu community. They come to see their idol and their piece, and it's about their culture. Whereas what Shazia has done here is take all these symbols from various cultures, actually, and mix them all together and create something completely new, and people have to reconcile all of that together. So obviously it was a very controversial sculpture in that way, unfortunately in some ways, but in other ways it was a very active and meaningful work of art that really provoked a lot of feedback and a lot of sorts of things. So I think they're an interesting contrast, even though they're not anywhere near the same kind of work. They don't serve similar functions, but I think a nice example of one thing being a more of a public institutional sort of approach to it, and one being an individualist artist's approach to what it was. Anyway, that was my thought on it.
Those are great examples. Thank you for sharing them. I liked your point about always creating something new, to always be communicating information, and that made me think that's another way that we can combat preservation. Whenever something gets torn down, we can always create something new that can kind of revive that context, or in these cases can provide new, unique interpretations for information that people are never or have never been exposed to before. I think that's really important. Thank you. Mika, what are some ways or some strategies that you use to make the types of stories that you're working with in the archives resonate more widely and be accessible to people?
Yeah, so I think of, as Debbie said, format, you know, offering things in multiple formats, both something someone can see in person and online. I also think of language. I try and make sure that any exhibit I'm working on is at least bilingual, if not multilingual. But one specific example that comes to mind is in 2023, I worked with the Heritage Society Museum to design an exhibition to commemorate the 60th anniversary of President John F. Kennedy's visit in Houston with the League of United Latin American Citizens, a Latino civil rights organization, and this was the night before he was assassinated. And so it was commissioned by the League itself, the local chapter here in Houston, and they really wanted to focus on, you know, obviously that night they wanted to focus on Jackie Kennedy and the fact that she spoke Spanish that evening, and what are the layers of that, what does that mean? And then the very somber moment itself when LULAC found out what happened the very next day, and kind of they wanted to walk through that story, and it's a very text-heavy exhibition in terms of wanting to show all of the documents, but then also the beautiful photographs from that evening. It was an incredibly special 17 minutes that the president was there in Houston. And I was trying to figure out a way to capture the complexities of the evening, talking about civil rights, how this fit into the larger movement, talking about this tragic event in our history, but also trying to resonate with a really young audience. The Heritage Society has a lot of children's groups that tour, but also those who remember that day in history. And so decided to recreate a 1960s living room, what would have been a Mexican-American family's living room. And so we had a vintage TV playing footage from that evening. I went all over the place looking for the pieces to kind of recreate this space. And it really, it did just that. We had newspapers that LULAC had created. We reproduced them and had them on a chair so that people could sit and enjoy them. And so those who remember that evening or who were actually there that night at the Rice Ballroom were immediately drawn to it and felt, that they felt seen, and it brought about a lot of memories. And children ran up to it and, what is this old TV? What is this newspaper? I've never held a newspaper in my life. And so it was this really interesting way. It was just a tiny piece of the exhibition of the gallery, but it really worked to speak to all of the different audiences. And I'll say that there was one moment while we were installing, we were in the middle of the chaos of installing, and the gallery had to remain open during that time. And so there was a family that walked in, and the film footage is playing really loudly mariachi music, because this civil rights organization had commissioned had hired a mariachi band to write music for the evening, specifically for Jackie, specifically for John F. Kennedy and LBJ. And so there's this loud mariachi music. And of course, we were opening during Hispanic Heritage Month. That's when my projects end up being asked for. This family walks in, and they're not Latino, and I overhear them, and I'm kind of listening because I'm trying to get a feel for what are their reactions. And I heard a comment, something like, "Oh, this music reminds me of that Tex-Mex restaurant that I'm in," and it was this comment that broke my heart in the moment for just a second, because it felt like, oh my God, am I perpetuating stereotypes? Am I not telling the right? Is that what someone's going to walk away with from this? Is they're going to hear that music and they're just going to think, oh yeah, Mexican Americans party, fiesta, And then I continued working on the installation, and then they had walked around the whole thing, and then by the end of it, I overheard them say, "Oh, I've learned a lot. This was really powerful," and she had tears in her eyes, and then I had a moment. Okay, like this was the right move to include these elements, and we're doing something right here to, yes, acknowledge Hispanic Heritage Month and all of the celebrations that happen across the city, but that it's not just about colors and food and dancing and the happiness that we enjoy as a culture, but also these very somber moments in our history. And exhibitions and art have a way to make these complex histories resonate today by making sure that we're talking about those complexities. We're creating pieces that show all of the different sides to a history, and making it accessible to those who have zero context at all, who have never been exposed to this before. And so that was an example that came immediately to mind when I was thinking about what has happened in my own practice. So thank you.
That's a really moving example. Thank you for sharing that, Mika. I think that all of your responses have spoken to a really powerful through line about when we're thinking about the ways that access manifests or is actually put into practice in our public history and our public art projects, a lot of what happens is that it creates these physical spaces where we can be immersed in all of the work that brought these stories to light, which I think leads beautifully into our second panel that we will dive deeper into this afternoon. So with that, I would like to thank all of you for such a fantastic conversation. Can I please get a round of applause for our first group of panelists? Thank you all so much for sharing those thoughtful responses and for all of these thought-provoking examples. I think you've given us a lot of very powerful things to consider this morning. So thank you all so much for being here. I really appreciate your time. And at this point, I'd like to invite all of you to please enjoy some lunch. We have tables provided for you on either side of the room. So feel free to take some time to eat, socialize, refresh, and we'll come back together for our second panel at 1 p.m. Thank you so much. Okay, welcome back, everyone. I hope you all enjoyed your lunch. And to those of you who are just now joining us, welcome. Thank you so much for being here with us this afternoon. I'd like to jump back into our program and get started with our second panel of the day, which is going to cover the topics of how public art and public history projects can create land acknowledgements and also create space to do all of the work that we've been talking about this morning. So let's get started, and I'm going to introduce you to our second group of panelists. Our first panelist this afternoon is Holly Clements. Holly is the Vice President of Engagement at Memorial Park Conservancy, where she plays a pivotal role in shaping strategies that foster meaningful connections between the public and the park. Before her tenure at the Conservancy, she managed external relations for Rice University's Shepherd School of Music and coordinated development for the Museum of Fine Arts Houston. Her diverse background in the arts and nonprofit development uniquely positions her to inspire community engagement for one of Houston's most treasured green spaces. Holly Clements. Next, we have Teresa Escobedo. Teresa is the Manager of Academic Partnerships and Public Engagement at Public Art of the University of Houston System. Formerly, as the City of Houston's first Civic Art Program Manager, she worked to diversify the perspectives of artists in the city's municipal collection, to expand the collection's subject matter and illuminate their shared narratives. Teresa is also a multidisciplinary artist, and her work intersects ancestry, history, and spiritualism. She is currently earning her MFA in Interdisciplinary Practices and Emerging Forms at the University of Houston. Teresa Escobedo. Next, Karen Farber. Karen is the Vice President of External Affairs at Buffalo Bayou Partnership, where she oversees public art, programming, communications, marketing, visitor services, and community engagement. Prior to her tenure, she served as the director of the University of Houston Cynthia Woods Mitchell Center for the Arts. She was also a 2002 to 2003 Arts Management Fellow at the Kennedy Center in Washington, D.C., and she started her career in nonprofit and arts organizations in New York City, where she was born and raised. Karen Farber. And last, we have Anthony Suber. Anthony is a professor of painting at the University of Houston. He is a multidisciplinary artist and received his BFA from the University of Houston and his MFA from Houston Christian University. He also serves as the creative director for the arts and mental health nonprofit, the Black Man Project. His work has been exhibited locally and internationally, including at the Contemporary Arts Museum and Project Row Houses in Houston, and featured in multiple publications, including Glass Tire and the Houston Chronicle. He received the BIPOC Arts Network Fund Award in 2025. Anthony Suber. So as I mentioned moments ago, our second topic for the panel today is all going to be about how public art and history projects can serve as land acknowledgements. And when these things happen, they create space to do all of the work that we've been talking about, like preserving history and sharing Houston stories. So the question that I'd like to begin with all of you this afternoon is the following. So Houston's landscape is layered. We have indigenous histories, historic neighborhoods, and immigrant enclaves, and constant urban development. In your experience, how do public art and public history projects acknowledge these layers and make space feel inclusive in our city? Holly, I'll start with you.
All right. Hi, everyone. Thank you, Emily, so much for the invitation. The first panel was just so fun and just a joy to listen to. So really happy to be here with you all. Most of my experience in talking about this is going to be sharing examples from Memorial Park, as you might imagine. And one of the interesting questions actually I got from one of the other panelists was, is there actually art in Memorial Park? And I would answer that with a wholehearted yes. May look a bit different from the traditional idea of public art, but we have the opportunity at the park to actually kind of uncover the literal layers. You know, you're right, that Houston's landscape is layered. Through one of the examples that I wanted to share so many of you may be familiar with the Kinder Land Bridge in Memorial Park. It opened in 2023. And in the research that was done leading up to the Memorial Park Master Plan, of which this is one of the master plan projects, it was discovered, they dug down layers, again, I'm kind of thinking on that theme, and understood that the land that Memorial Park sits on used to be a native prairie, and the way that it was managed and cultivated by the indigenous people that came before us was discovered that they did controlled burns to maintain the prairie. And that got me thinking about, you know, the rapid urban development that you also mentioned in this question. And Memorial Park is an example of how that rapid development kind of divided what was once a more whole green space, a 1,500 acre park that was dismembered, if you will, by a 6-lane highway. The work that I feel so grateful to be a part of, and that I think public art takes very seriously as a responsibility, is a work of memory keeping and of remembering. And it got me thinking about that word remembering as literally remembering, bringing back together, putting something back into its whole from a previously dismembered state. And the land bridge is a beautiful example of that because it reconnected a dismembered park. And in doing that, very literally, it also symbolically was helping restitch together a space for stories to be told and to discover what the land held underneath. And so, in a more subtle way, the space at Memorial Park makes a place to tell this idea of stories that the land held. So, for example, thinking more about kind of back to the slow wisdom and kind of the timelessness of a space, even thousands of years back. And if you've been to the land bridges, the top of one of the mounds has solstice markers that are, you can see them here, and they have become a space of gathering on these special days that have been recognized for time immemorial. And what's interesting about that is that it's also juxtaposed with the very modern idea of this urban development. Also part of the land bridge on the next slide is, it's called the Emily Clay Family Scramble. I'm assuming we probably have some Memorial Park users in the audience maybe, that this has been a very popular amenity, but the story behind it is that these concrete pads that you used to see were literally Memorial Drive. They were the Memorial Drive that bisected the park. And in building this reconnective bridge, the pieces of the literal highway were repurposed to now be in service to this bridge and a green space that, if you will, was able to kind of triumph over the gray. So the idea of infusing this green infrastructure with the story of its past, but that also weaves in a reconnective element, is I think a very powerful way that, while it may be subtle, it still has a very powerful story of deep memory, and specific to Houston, that Memorial Drive is such a known entity, a known thing in the city, but that we can sort of recreate and retell the story so that now that road is in service to a park.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's a really beautiful example. I love the way that it just seamlessly flows into our everyday lives in ways that, like you said, may be subtle, that we don't always realize, but I think that we can feel the impact that it has on us and the way that we interact with space in our city. And that was also such an incredible example that you mentioned of once you went into the layers of the earth, once this bridge was being built, to actually see evidence of the peoples who inhabited this land first, to see that their presence is still here. And then now, this is a piece for conversation to be bringing that to light for more audiences. I think that's really incredible. Thank you for sharing that. Teresa.
I'm going to talk a little bit first about more personal experiences that inform the work that I've done and I do in public art. I'm not sure if the slide is up. I'm an 11th generation Tejana, and what that means is that my ancestors are colonial settlers from Spain, really from the Canary Islands, and the indigenous people to Texas. And I share that because it deeply informs everything I do, although I didn't know this history growing up. It wasn't until I was in college that two of my living elders at the time were advisory members for the committee that commissioned the Tejano Monument for the state capitol. We come from a lauded history that for some time growing up, it seemed like only we knew. I think Debbie mentioned Juan Seguin in her comments. He's actually my 5th cousin. So we come from a storied history, but a history that is often not rendered truthfully, or that is often one-sided. So when I was graduating from college here, studying architecture during a recession, I began to explore what other kinds of opportunities exist for creative people. And I never imagined public art is where I would find myself. But in my family reunions and the visits to Goliad, I would hear these two elders speak about this project they were doing. On the top is my great aunt Estela. She has recently moved to the East End, lives down the street from me. La Perionera, that's an article in Texas Highways talking about her defensive language around Texas history. And beneath it is my great uncle Benny, who affectionately became many people's Uncle Benny. He's no longer with us, but he was undeniably, and in ways I didn't understand then, influential in my work and the work that I do now. I witnessed them unveil this monument, and I felt separate from it because it wasn't something I knew much about, but I also, in that witnessing the unveiling of this monument, got to witness my living elders see themselves in the public art that was rendered in sacred public space, in just a fundamentally and formulative way. And what I learned from that experience, from observing these people I care so much for and look up to, was that everybody that participates in a place deserves that moment, deserves the opportunity to witness and to see themselves reflected in the built environment. Furthermore, I never imagined that I would be working inside of a municipal system, managing the commissioning of works. But if we go to the next slide, I'll share a video of what these values that were kind of engendered into me as I was developing into an adult became. And before we play the video, I'll preface that with, I was very fortunate to be invited into the position as a first under the administration of Mayor Sylvester Turner. And he was very clear about his administration, that it would not equally distribute investment, that he would focus investment in the 10 most underserved communities in our city. And what that meant was that we then were commissioning artworks for communities that didn't have public artwork, and if you asked them, were not asking for public artwork. Probably would have preferred park space, bike lanes, and other kind of safe infrastructure for the places that they live. And this is a challenge. What I learned in this work is that communities that have not received sometimes don't know how to receive. And so what became fundamental in my work was demonstrating that public art is a service to community. And that was foremost in my mind. Secondarily in my mind was that
Mayor Turner was very curious about who was not receiving the opportunities we were issuing from the Mayor's Office of Cultural Affairs. We had the most diverse investment through grants. His question was, who didn't get a grant? So the first task I undertook when I moved into this position was to survey the city's collection. And in 2020, at the time, the city had 677 artworks in its collection, and 62% were created from the perspective of white male artists. And on the other extreme, out of that many artworks, only 14 artworks were created by women of color. So I took those stats, I shared them with the mayor, and he gave me the permission to do what I needed to do to change that. And my theory about where these decisions are made or influenced was in who is looking at this artwork and what are we asking them to do. So I worked with Houston Arts Alliance, the city's contractor for grants and public art, to overhaul the rubric that panelists use to score artwork or concepts that would become artworks. And I also took a hard look at who was making these decisions as panelists and whether or not any of them could speak for or to the nature of the communities these artworks would go into. What I found when I looked at the rubric that was existing was that its questions really highlighted maintenance and durability. And those are not inciting and not inspiring kind of rubrics to look at. What was missing, though, was community. What was missing was understanding the context. And that very much was driven into me in architecture school. When you approach a new site, you do site analysis. For me, site analysis always included historical research. What has happened in this place before? And I really do believe that that's an instinct now I carry because I come from people who are largely erased from the record, but who I know do have been and are very present in our experience today. So these changes really, these small 2-point changes to our process of commissioning artworks publicly really had large impact on the outcome of the project. So what we changed is making the first priority we're using to score commission concepts. How does this concept relate to, speak to, or share the history, context, or culture of the community it's going in? And what that turned into is projects like these. These will show a video of 2 commissions for Sunnyside, which is a tremendous community with a bad rep in our city. And so I'll let you see how that plays out, and I'll conclude my response with that.
You can't talk about the history and the greatness of this city without talking about Sunnyside.
My parents at the time were looking for an area where they could really be impactful and rise up economically.
When you drive down our roads, you still see horse barns, you still see stables, you still see cows and horses. So I think agriculture is what Sunnyside truly is.
Growing up in Sunnyside, the whole community was a family, and education was a priority.
It was a safe community. Everybody looked out for everybody.
I just have great memories of all the things that I was able to do. The pageants, the organizations, clubs.
And our grandparents fought to get to this place, and now we're fighting to preserve and keep this place.
This was the first community that we know of south of downtown that provided plots of land for African Americans.
The folk out of Sunnyside, they're very proud of where they grew up, the schools that they attended.
Sometimes you never really realize, as life goes by, you never really realize how important this sort of stuff is because it tells the story for you.
We had a grand time in Sunnyside. I don't think we really recognized that we were being discriminated against.
there has not been nearly enough investment in Sunnyside. When I put forth complete communities when I came into office, that was the recognition that as a Houstonian, there are communities that have been underserved and under-resourced. And you have to acknowledge it in order to address it.
I think it's important that we educate and we bring that education component to the community.
If we don't tell the story will be lost.
So much history that we've lost because we didn't research it. We need more kids now to be involved in their family history, the history of the community.
Thinking about Sunnyside and all of the richness and the stories that they have, what role can we play at the Office of Cultural Affairs to ensure that they are captured and that they're acknowledged and that they're valued?
People are likely to frequent a facility where they can see themselves represented. There needs to be more work done to strengthen the fabric of our communities of color, building stronger social support networks.
We've had some outstanding educators come out of that area. And you've got some outstanding community mayors, like Mayor Sandra Hines. I have to ask permission to come to Sunnyside, and I'm the mayor. And then you have some outstanding faith leaders. And then there are just some outstanding kids who are growing up that represent the future of Sunnyside and the future of this city. And in many ways, the challenges that they've had to go through and deal with have helped to make them the great folks that they are. And I think that's the way people feel in Sunnyside. Just give me the resources and the assistance that you would give to any other community, and we'll take it from here.
We don't ask no special favors. It's not to break a barrier in a timed event or throw the horse a cinch to win. We ask it not to make us above normal, like we might ride the bull that has never been rode, but asking you, dear God, to give us all the strength to perform to the best of our ability.
So it occurs to me that I missed an important note sharing about these two commissions. Because we were asking artists to respond to the context of a place, it forced them to research the place. And for Sunnyside, what came up again and again in every finalist who was presenting their work was, we could find nothing in an archive. So the works we commissioned became the archive. So what you witnessed there were two artworks in the Sunnyside Multi-Service Center, one from Jesse Lott, and it was his first major public art commission, who gathered artifacts, had gathering events, very similar to what Jesse was describing, the History Harvest. But in this case, he was gathering artifacts so that he could weave them into his sculpture called the Dreamcatcher. And Irene is an amazing photographer, and she's also a graduate from our College of Art here. And she engendered person-to-person, face-to-face relationships in order to be able to be invited into people's homes to take new portraits of them, but also to look at their archives. So Living Archive is on the wall at the Multi-Service Center in Sunnyside. And I think that is a convergence and the product of what it is to be very sensitive to the history of a place.
Those were some wonderful examples, Teresa. Thank you for sharing that with us from your experience at the city, and then also for reflecting on your own personal history. That was really, really important for us to hear for this specific panel especially. And I think one thing that really stands out from that is that when you talk about public art being a community service, you have to have history as a prerequisite to that kind of work. Like you talked about with coming in and doing that site analysis, you can't do that without evaluating the historical context of a place. So it really is a prerequisite for the types of public art works that serve these functions and purposes, which is really important. So thank you for illuminating that for us. Karen, I'd like to ask you, how does public art and public history acknowledge our multi-layered history and also make space inclusive at Buffalo Bayou?
Yeah, thank you. So thank you so much for having me here. I'm really inspired today and have taken so many notes, and I'm going to try to bring some of those things back in the conversation because I've just written down so many things that people have said. I appreciate especially having seen this video, Teresa, just before speaking, because it was such a beautiful video, and both Jesse Lott and Mayor Turner are so missed right now, and that approach to really bringing resources to communities that have not been served, that approach is so missed right now. If we could go back one slide. I'm interested in this topic of how it forced the artists to research the place, right? And this is something in terms of land acknowledgement that I'm really inspired by in the work that we're doing along Buffalo Bayou. So just introducing our organization briefly, Buffalo Bayou Partnership is a nonprofit, and we oversee 10 miles, the 10-mile stretch of Buffalo Bayou that goes from Shepherd Drive on the west side of Buffalo Bayou Park all the way to the Port of Houston turning basin. So right through the center of Houston. Our offices are actually at Allen's Landing, which is known as the birthplace of Houston, although in the spirit of land acknowledgement, we've definitely wanted to ask that question of like what actually constitutes Houston, right? And where does that history begin? And so it goes all the way east of downtown as well, and we're doing a ton of work right now east of downtown to fulfill the promise of a 10-year master plan to bring contiguous trails and also very rich expanded green space, public art, and other unique spaces to the neighborhoods east of downtown, namely the Greater East End and the Fifth Ward. So this is an historic map of Buffalo Bayou, and one of the questions that I began to ask when I landed at the organization is like, what is the history of this place? If you're going to commission art, you know, what do we know about the place where we're working? And that theme of layers, right, that Holly talked about is very present in the way, both, I love how you talked about the layers of the earth, right, literal layers, but also in the way that we approach the conversation about public art and history, because I think it might just be my own personal background, which is largely in performing arts and the ephemeral, that I have a hard time thinking about history as something fixed at all. And as a matter of fact, commissioning permanent art is really a struggle for me personally, because I'm inclined to always keep revising and revisiting and reimagining spaces. So one of the first things that I wanted to talk about in terms of that is to talk about how we activate existing historical spaces in interesting ways. And so you can go to the next one. But one of the events that our organization presents to the public every year is called Nightlight, where we take existing infrastructure along Buffalo Bayou and light it up with projections by Houston-based artists. And we're particularly interested in artists from the East End and Fifth Ward, but really we collaborate with Aurora Picture Show, which is a cinema organization in Houston, and they curate which artists are a part of the program. But in doing this, we take spaces like the former gravel silos that are along Buffalo Bayou in the East End, and also the bayou itself, the banks of the bayou, and other infrastructure like bridges and other surfaces. And our only rule in terms of the projections is they cannot be on a screen. We're not interested in, fabricating the surfaces. We're really interested in activating the existing infrastructure that's there. And in doing that, we're asking the question, like, what is the history of this infrastructure, and how can it be, like I was saying, constantly revisited and revised and rethought and reframed? And so that's one instance of that. And then on the next slide, you'll see our historic Buffalo Bayou Park cistern, which is a space that, literally in terms of excavation was sort of rediscovered. And when we say rediscovered, it's important to say that this was a space that municipal employees knew was there. So often our organization will talk about how we found this space and discovered this. There were people who worked for the city of Houston who knew this was there, but the public didn't. And as a matter of fact, many of the people who were working on Buffalo Bayou Park at that time did not know this space was there. So if you don't know the cistern, it's at the downtown edge of Buffalo Bayou Park, and it's a almost 90,000 square foot underground space that used to hold the drinking water for the city of Houston. It was built in 1926, so it'll be 100 years old next year. And when this space was rediscovered and reimagined by Buffalo Bayou Partnership, it was done so partly as an art space. So we now invite artists into the cistern to think about what they would like to do in this space and really use the inherent properties of this amazing cavernous space to create art that is site-specific. And what I think we're also interested in doing is telling stories about like what this space could be to each individual who's experiencing it. But what we're asking artists to do is use the natural attributes of the space, like the acoustics of the space, the architecture of the space, the surface of water in the bottom of the space, to make something that is wholly original in there. And so on the next slide, you'll see one instance of this, which was our most recent installation by the artist Rachel Rawson, who told a totally imaginative story in the space that was like a journey around the perimeter of the cistern, a theatrical journey. On the next slide, I'll talk about a different approach to public art altogether. So recently, we hosted an artist originally from Ethiopia, now based in New York, named Ezra Wube, who came to Houston as part of an initiative by the High Line in New York, because we're a part of a network of organizations that the High Line formed. And they brought Ezra to Houston. He also went to several other cities that are part of this network of infrastructure reuse organizations. And we all hosted him to create a community-led filmmaking process, basically. So what we did was we invited Houstonians, particularly those in the East End and Fifth Ward, where our work is currently focused, to bring objects from their own personal archives and create a stop animation film about their neighborhood and about the bayou. Out of those objects. So in addition to the objects, they also created cut out little pieces and of landmarks in their neighborhoods. And so you can see some of those here, like the Deluxe Theater and the Barbara Jordan sculpture, and also lots of really interesting, landmarks in the neighborhood. But they all came from the individuals who participated in making this short film. And there was also one done in Chicago, and one done in Atlanta, and one done on the High Line in New York. And there was something that Mika said earlier about making community memory visible that I really thought was what was beautiful about this film was that it was not some meta narrative that's in a history book about the East End and the Fifth Ward, of which there really are very few historical records anyway. This was individuals' history sort of compiled together in this short film, and it's a really beautiful piece. So I should have given you a video so we could watch it briefly, but it is on the web, and you all can view it there, and it's called Home by You. So lots more to say about history, architecture, and place, but we'll talk about some more of that in a little while.
Those are some amazing examples as well, Karen. Thank you for sharing them. I loved your point about saying that history is not fixed. And Houston's history most certainly is not fixed, because so much of it is still untold and needs to be recontextualized. And that point about where do we identify the actual origin of Houston from, is it Allen's Landing, or is it in Memorial Park, where we see evidence of indigenous peoples existing many, many years prior to that event even took place? So that's a really powerful point for sure. And I also love the points of using the existing infrastructure around Buffalo Bayou, like the silos, like the cistern, to be creating these art installations and exhibitions. And I see that as a really powerful way to combat the redevelopment that we were talking about earlier this morning, as a way that we don't always have to be creating new structures and new buildings. We can use what we already have, and that just serves as an even more powerful starting point to begin to have these conversations about the history. So thank you so much for sharing that and bringing that up. Anthony, I'd like to ask you the same question. How do public art and public history projects acknowledge our multi-layered history?
First of all, thank you, Emily, for allowing me to be a part of this. Every time I put a microphone to my mouth, I always make this joke about me with the quiet storm voice. So don't fall asleep on me, please. And it's also really easy to go last because I can just parrot back what they said. As an artist, I mean, like, I think, you know, I've been thinking about this question since you shared these with us, and I guess in context of the idea of, I guess, how my practice connects to this idea, just, I guess, historically for me, so I'm a child of East Texas, I guess migrants, people that came from East Texas, and actually came from Newberry, South Carolina, and my ancestors were, they started a freedom colony in East Texas, and that was kind of my first connection to this idea of rememory and memory, and the idea of collective history, and the way that that can be used as a powerful tool within communities and small spaces. And so growing up, I heard a lot of stories about not only what my family was doing in that particular part of Texas, but also how when they got to Houston, they were connected to the various neighborhoods that were around, Third Ward being one of them. And so on my mother's side of the family, they landed in Third Ward and stayed there for quite a number of years, for many decades. And so I got a chance to hear a lot of stories about places like the El Dorado Ballroom. There was a society of African-American middle-class individuals called Les Jeunesse Doré, I believe is the name of it. And they were celebrating, one, the liberation of having income to have live music and to dance. And so there was a lot of social expression that was happening in those spaces. And so when I think about the context of how kind of various organizations and institutions and neighborhoods are preserving history, I think about those instances from my past, but I also think about this really interesting dynamic. So Karen, you were just talking about this idea of history not being static, like it's constantly moving. And I always have to acknowledge the fact that, you know, my memory of a place is not necessarily someone else's memory of a place. And so as an artist that's active in the community, and I don't consider myself a public artist per se, but I am moving. In the last couple of years, I've had opportunities to do a lot of activations in neighborhood spaces, but I do realize that the onus that I have is to really acknowledge the multi-layered histories in those spaces. You know, because we don't with Houston being as big as it is, and acknowledging all of the immigrant populations and all the places that people have come from, you know, all the many bloodlines that intersect in this space, we have to constantly go backwards to move forward, if that makes any sense. I also use this term quite a bit of time traveling. Like, there's just a narrative that I just use throughout just my individual work, but also when I think about the way that neighborhoods are preserved or not preserved, because I have also critiques about how neighborhoods don't get preserved in Houston. We can't lose that sense of memory. A friend of mine, Marlon Hall, who is an anthropological filmmaker here in Houston, started some work, I want to say about 10 years ago, called the Amnesia Therapy Project. And in that project, he was seeking to go out in Houston and unearth a lot of the forgotten history. And, you know, you'd be shocked with, you probably wouldn't be shocked, but you'd be amazed with how much history has been covered over in Houston by way of either purposeful kind of washing of the history, but also like those narratives that get lost with families over generations. And so kind of going back to engage this question, you know, I think about the Gregory School and how that was reimagined to be a space that not only houses intellectual thought, But at the very beginning of when the Gregory School opened, I had the opportunity to meet with the archivist there, and I was amazed with how much important information that was in those archives that were being held in families, with families and like, what do you call them? I'm thinking the books, memory books. And how photographs were just, Jesse was talking about earlier how it's important to have these things preserved, but there are so many histories that are getting lost because those family members don't know that they can take them to these places. I heard someone also talking about the Deluxe Theater. I was really amazed with the way that the Deluxe Theater was preserved, but then there's a forgotten piece of that neighborhood that's actually right behind the Deluxe Theater. I was at the beginning phases of it, but they're trying to re-envision and reimagine it as a place of activation, much like Project Row Houses. And so they are trying to preserve not only the architectural footprint, but also the families that were in those spaces. And so those are just some examples where I see that there's a lot of intentionality with this idea of preservation, but also allowing the arts to be the voice of it. There are, various other institutions that I've seen across Houston that are trying to do so much of this work. But I think, my criticism, can I give a criticism? my criticism is that, I think that part of this that we have to confront is this idea of commodity. And this idea that, I have 2 young children, and I feel like, I'm driving around Houston quite a bit and telling them about these stories that I heard as a child, but there are no landmarks there. There's nothing there to really show them, okay, this thing actually existed. And so they, as a future generation, lose interest in these opportunities. And they're creatives. They love, my youngest daughter is into theater, and I always tell her about, part of your job as a person that's into theater is to write and tell the history of places. And I try to use Houston as a backdrop, but so often it's just not something that you get a chance to see. But yeah, I think this idea of being intentional in terms of preservation of those spaces is something that you do see in some of the communities. So again, 3rd Ward, I think 5th Ward also has a really great example of how we can take neighborhoods that otherwise would have been forgotten or dilapidated or gentrified, and have their history actually tell the real story of those spaces.
Thank you for also providing even more powerful examples, Anthony. That is such a wonderful point. I loved what you said about collective history and the fact that that's built on the fact that individuals recognize that they make up that collective. So it's not only about telling the entire story, but all of the individual ones, the millions in this city that make up it. Because Houston is such a huge geographic space, it's going to take that intentional work to be able to uncover all of that it has to offer. And I also liked your point about you have to go backwards to move forwards. And I think that is such a strong connector to a lot of the themes in your own work of time and how we need to treat history as something that isn't always linear and it isn't always going to follow that exact chronological pattern in order to tell the story of the events that actually took place. So it's something that we always have to be considering, which I think is really important. So with that, I'd like to get into another angle of this conversation to talk about the ways that space, in a lot of the examples that you've already provided, can kind of be transformed by these projects. So I want to talk about the ways that we can see this transformation taking place. So a lot of times when you have a public art and public history project, that space becomes a site where connection, healing, and reflection take place. So I'm curious if you could elaborate on a bit more examples of where you've seen those things actually happening here in Houston and in your own practices. Holly, I'll start with you.
Well, I really love how we are all constantly how this conversation is evolving, even as we've been sitting here talking and listening to each other. I think that's really beautiful because it's sparked some new ideas in my brain just from between these two panels. Returning to Memorial Park, and I realize I love the way that Karen introduced the work that Buffalo Bayou Partnership is doing and who they are. In a very similar vein, I'm also with a park conservancy, and I'm sure probably in your world, Karen, the word stewardship comes up a lot. that we have the privilege and the responsibility of being stewards of a green space, but it goes far beyond just, you know, the caretaking of the asset, but the opportunity for a protected park space to be a gateway and a place for collective memory keeping, I think is becoming more important than ever. Especially, Debbie on the first panel spoke to examples of, public art that's being, it's kind of being disappeared, or it's being painted over. And then the idea that Mika also mentioned on the first panel of, I'm coming back to this idea that history is not fixed and it's not static, but the importance of the accurate telling of the history. And the connection I see between that and public art is that because it is public, art is an opportunity for us to be collective witnesses to a history that is, the risk is that it gets hidden or not told. And so the fact that it is public facing is a way of safekeeping for that history. And I think there is, in some ways, even a sense of, it's responsibility, but it's also, when it is collective and it's collectively witnessed, there is a sense of community that can be engendered with the connection to that space. And I'm very excited to be able to talk a little bit about, it's not here yet, but it's coming, what's coming next in Memorial Park. And let's see, we might have to go back to the earlier slides, but part of the story that really remains to still be fully told in Memorial Park is that many people don't know Memorial Park was actually a World War I training facility from 1917 to 1919. And so literally, this land that the park sits on is full of stories. The Conservancy's been working very closely for the last decade with project partners on our own master plan, but also with a landscape architecture firm, Nelson Bird Waltz. And one of the beautiful things about our partnership with them is that if you know their work around Houston or around the country, they're deep listeners. They do a lot of research to understand the specific place-based stories that come out of the land that they are tasked with reimagining. And the idea that it is called Memorial Park, but many Houstonians don't know why it's called Memorial Park. And so it's our privilege to be able to illuminate that history. As of yet, though, there is not really a memorial in Memorial Park that demonstrates why and what the history is. So we are in currently site prep for our next master plan project, which is going to be Memorial Groves. It is going to be designed to reveal and illuminate the history of Camp Logan in Memorial Park. And, again, this idea that what's the origin of a place? And so this story is going to be a way to illuminate this sort of slice, a 2-year slice of Houston history. This camp was only in commission for 2 years, 1917 to 1919, before it was quickly decommissioned. But it is a unique opportunity to tell this story because it is the only publicly accessible World War I training site that still has extant remains and foundations from the camp. There are others, but they are on private land, or they have been developed over. So the idea that this is a place for collective witnessing and the telling of a Houston history is very. I think the land is full of these stories, and it's an invitation to hold hands with history. And I think another interesting connection between public history and public art is this idea of evocation versus recreation or replication, which I think there is a very deep importance to ensuring that a story is told, the full truth of a story is told, but that the art piece allows for a more of an ephemeral, an evocation of the story, if you will. So one of the exciting things that we have found as we've been researching for this project is all of these historical photos that actually, that were in Camp Logan, and then how we are using the space today to reimagine it for the usability of the park public. That it's Memorial Park is an active recreation park. So how do we blend that idea of an active usership that is there for wellness and recreation with encountering the stories of this history? Many are very heroic and celebrating kind of the economic enterprise of Houston at the time, and that this was a social hub of the city, but also encountering some of those stories, the very uncomfortable and tragic stories of racial divides, racial injustice that were associated with camp, the building of the camp, and Houston at that time. And so on the next slide, again, this idea of kind of showing rather than telling, the idea of putting the memorial in Memorial Park that as yet does not really exist, is this idea of making it a living memorial where people can walk through these groves of trees that evoke the individual soldiers that trained at the camp, and being surrounded by a green space that can hold them as they walk along this path. There are heavy stories here, and the idea of being able to be embraced and enfolded in a natural setting that, also the land can help tell memory, but can also hold so much for us in a very healing way. And that this can be a place for, again, collective witnessing, but also collective healing, I think, for the city is very powerful. And I think I don't remember if I had one more slide or not as an example of this, but this project is, no, sorry, that's from the next question, but this project is coming in 2027, so it's not that far away, and we're really excited to be able to share it with Houston.
Yeah, thank you for sharing the conception stages of this project. I think it is a really important example when we talk about how these types of things can promote healing for the city and for individuals. The Camp Logan story is something that is really important that not many people understand. And when you were talking about the types of things of why we would need to heal for it, I would encourage everybody to please research it. We do have articles in the Houston History magazine about it if you would like to check that out as well. But it was an all African American unit that was stationed here to train for World War I. And at the time, Houston was still a highly segregated Jim Crow city, which led to an unfortunate clash between the infantrymen and also citizens of Houston. That was unfortunately then labeled the Houston Riot of 1917. So it's again calling back to how important context is in this respect, but also the ways that these projects in this space can promote healing and communicate that information to wider audiences. So thank you for sharing with us. It's going to be exciting to see that come to life at the park. Thank you, Holly. So Teresa, I'd like to pass it to you as well. What examples have you seen where ordinary sites can be transformed into those kinds of spaces of healing or connection or reflection through public art?
I'm going to answer this from the perspective of an artist, and I'm going to shout out BBP. Karen, and there's a note about personal value and leadership in here too, because what is happening today is a product of somebody's personal value. And I am fortunate that Karen's value is that of inclusivity and integrity and curiosity about the histories in the park. In discussions through work, I think it was revealed that there was a spiritual pursuit and an inclination towards spiritual pursuit in both of us. And I shared with Karen about my time and experience with my indigenous community. I am a danzante. I practice Aztec dance, and we keep ceremony in the ways that we've learned from the elders that we are able to reach. And in this tremendous demonstration of faith and in your own will, Karen allowed us to celebrate Indigenous Peoples Day at the park. And the first time I participated in that, I think, was in 2021. And it was incredible. It was small, but what we saw was just a surprising amount of press come from that date. And the celebration has evolved since then. And we even just celebrated Indigenous Peoples Day at the park recently. But it's really important. I know these words I'm expressing are very simple, but this is not commonplace yet. That somebody in a position of leadership who has access and can share access does so. It involves an incredible and surprising amount of risk, right? Social, political, logistical. There's liability involved in letting an unknown group or a small, inexperienced group come and make place in a public venue or a public shared intersectional space. And so that is something that I think definitely needs to be highlighted, and thank you for just being the way that you are and your willingness to work with us. It's not easy, and sometimes it's not pretty. And I think in particular 1 year, as a resident artist, gave permission to our group to host cantos in the cistern. And cantos are prayer songs. So we, in a kind of a subversive way, did host a full ceremony in the cistern through the guise of public performance. So if somebody didn't know what we were doing, it was simply performance. But for those who are initiated or who are in the close practice of what these ceremonies are, they would know 100% that we were running a ceremony, and what we were doing was blessing the water. That is a fundamental human need. And so leadership is a part of this, intersectionality is a part of this. The cistern exists because of a fundamental human need for water. It's also connected to fresh water wells around the Old Sixth Ward, and it's connected to the bayou. So we were singing prayer songs in the cistern under the guise of performance, but actually praying to cleanse the water. There was once a point in history when this water was not toxic, was not inundated with waste. And we prayed through song to be able to return the water to a healthy state or a healed state. And we felt the energy of the movement in our singing. And also the drum. Science now can prove or demonstrate that the frequency of what you may know as a powwow drum, our big drum, which we're all singing and drumming around, can stimulate mycelium growth. So you allowed us to really put forth a prayer. We pray about praying too, about having the opportunity to do this work in public, in community for all of us, not just our group. And that was such a tremendous experience. And it's one that if ever there was an opportunity to do again, we would jump at the chance, because we really do see the evidence that the prayers put forth through performance, but also through ceremony, have an impact. So that's definitely among so many projects like this. And the thing I'd also like to note is, or something that we might observe, is that there is an evolution to what we see put forth that is public art. Mike Guidry in our office have compared notes about how we understand the history of public art. And I think for us it starts with cave paintings. And this question about why do you render something through your hand in public space, and what could that be about? And then through the timeline, it became about imperialism, right? This extractive practice of the phallic, obelisks in public places in Rome that came from Egypt. And then it became, about the state funded. But now we're seeing this evolution, and I hope it endures, even in the context we're existing in right now, that public space is being reclaimed or reaffirmed or opened up so that others who are not represented could come through and have space too. And so that brings me to that note about leadership. It's because of your value for that and your value for that these public spaces, which have for so long been exclusive, can now become inclusive. So thank you for that work.
Thank you for sharing that experience, Teresa. I think it speaks to something that maybe we need to shift in our mindset of what are the objectives when we begin a public art project. I think the objective needs to start with, this needs to be a space to connect, to heal, to reflect. All of those things have to be present at the inception, and to have the courage of leaders who are collaborators and partners in these projects be willing to make that happen from the start and have that be a very intentional purpose of what they want that space to be. And I also like your point too, expanding on what do public art projects look like. I think Paul talked about this in the first panel, that it doesn't always have to be a physical visual work of art. It can be ephemeral, it can be performance as well. So expanding our scope of what that means also means that it will be more protected and people will become more aware of what all it encompasses and advocate for that to be claiming space in the future. So thank you for sharing that. Karen, I'd like to pass the same question to you about examples where you found these spaces become sites of healing, reflection, and connection through these types of projects.
Sure. Well, first I want to acknowledge what Teresa just said, because thank you so much for those words. And really, I feel we owe gratitude to you for connecting our organization with the Comicok Indigenous organization that you're a part of. And really the impetus behind that collaboration each year when we revisit it and host again is to cede control, to offer space for this group to come in and use the land and the water the way that you all wish to. And that is truly the position that we take when we collaborate, and it's something we're actually looking at building upon with other community-based organizations too, is to say, we know how challenging it can be to obtain space to do something, and we have space, and that is the power we have. So if we can simply, it's a really simple gesture for us, but like you said, it's complex and it's challenging for others, to simply cede control, hand over the space, help with the permits, because something as pragmatic as that is really where the assistance is needed, right? And invite people to experience whatever is to happen during that time. That's like the best thing that we can do. So this past Indigenous Peoples Day celebration was really like that, where it was just at 11 o'clock to 3 o'clock, come and see what happens. And we didn't make any real promises to the public about what they were to witness, because we didn't know. and that was a ceremony as I took it as well. But really, I think that the way we view the public is not as an audience, but as a set of participants who are there to both, witness something and perhaps be a part of it in some way too, and learn from it. So I wanted to acknowledge that, and thank you for your words. In terms of other spaces, there are so many spaces that I was thinking of in hearing this question, and the first of them is just a quick example that's not in Houston. One of my first real jobs was working in an organization called the Eldridge Street Project, which is now the Eldridge Street Museum on the Lower East Side in New York. And it's a synagogue that was built in 1887 by Eastern European Jews who had fled Eastern Europe and come to the United States to seek refuge during the pogroms in the late 1800s. So it was built in 1887, a grand structure but it had fallen into tremendous disrepair. So probably sounds a little bit like some places that we can think of here, like for example, Freedmanstown was brought up, and I think we're going to talk about, and that is a place that I think, you know, could really use some serious attention. The space was claimed by some historians and turned into a museum and became a very long-term historic restoration project. It was it was made a National Historic Landmark, and we spent our time, you know, raising funds to restore the building. But what was interesting, an example I wanted to bring up was that, you know, in talking about this layered history, that building had fallen into such disrepair, and even back in the 1930s, there had been a hurricane that hit Manhattan and blew out one of the really grand rose windows. That was one of the sort of signature components of the building. And that the congregation at the time, which was still using the building, couldn't afford to restore the rose window, so they put in those glass blocks and filled a good portion of that wall with glass blocks when it had been symmetrical with a rose window on the opposite wall. When we would tour people around the building, and that was a frequent occurrence where groups would come in and tour the building, we would ask visitors what they thought should become of those glass blocks. In the restoration process, should we bring them back to looking like the original rose window, or should we keep the glass blocks as sort of a chapter in the history of this building? And it was always mixed responses. You know, it really is a subjective question, right? There were subjective answers. Ultimately, the organization, long after I left, opted to commission the artist Kiki Smith to create a spectacular new rose window that is completely different from the one on the opposite wall, and completely different from the one that had been there, but adds so much to what is really a reimagined space. So I was floored when I first saw what they had chosen to do, which was really neither of the two options that we were giving visitors when we were touring them around. That layered history, though, also I want to bring to talking about one of our projects, which is a site called Turkey Bend that I was just talking about earlier, that our organization just finished the first phase of developing. It's in the East End, and it's in the only location where Navigation Boulevard in the East End touches Buffalo Bayou, because right at that point, Buffalo Bayou makes a curve, which we call an oxbow. And it actually was the original path of the waterway, and the waterway was straightened. The channel was dredged and straightened so that they could bring goods through up and down Buffalo Bayou much easier, but the oxbow still exists. But it's very calm because it's cut off from the main channel now. So at that location, there's a barge terminal that had been an active barge terminal built in the late 1930s. And it's an amazing site because it has a wharf down at the bottom, these gantry cranes, and they brought goods up and down through a tunnel that's in the middle of the site. So it's something that visitors can come and see for special occasions now. We don't have it fully open to the public yet, but we finished the first phase of it, which is that warehouse on Navigation Boulevard. And the reason that I wanted to talk about that site is because, number one, in restoring it, we don't know whether to call it a restoration or a renovation or what, because we took aspects of what had happened in that building and incorporated them into the reimagined structure. And one of them that I think is the most interesting is that we took, it had been filled with graffiti. So after it had no longer been an active barge terminal anymore, it was left abandoned for quite some time, and graffiti artists started coming in, and you were talking about Graffiti Park earlier, and started painting and layers and layers and layers of graffiti all over the building. It was amazing. But we also knew that a lot of those walls couldn't be kept the way that they were. They needed to be brought to code, they needed to be insulated, and it was just out of necessity that we had to get rid of a lot of that graffiti, and then we had to start figuring out what we could keep. From the brick walls that we couldn't keep, we were able to identify a team that was willing to dismantle them carefully, clean the bricks, and store them And then when we were reconstructing the building, they were reassembled in a scrambled way. So now you'll see this set of walls that are peppered with this colored brick that's just reassembled in a completely new configuration. And it's not the work of an artist. We actually thought about commissioning an artist to come in and do that reassembly, but I think what's actually kind of beautiful about it is that the masons did it. They set up the design, they figured out what way to fit them together, and they became the artists and the authors of this piece of the building now. And then one other thing about that site is that the Houston Public Library Hispanic History Research Center is going to be housed at Turkey Bend as well. So it's sort of full circle moment, because we were talking so much about Hispanic history, especially earlier. We're really proud to be host to that new research center that'll be housed at that building, and really a hub for the community, and some of these holdings that hopefully people will contribute to the research center once they know it has a really safe, beautiful home.
Those are also some incredible examples. I'm very excited to see that project take place. And it reminds me of what you said at the beginning of your response too, about how you really have to seed space to be able to have others create it and fill it with this type of meaning that can really bring it to life in a lot of unexpected ways that you never thought were possible, like with the Masons kind of turning this into their own public art project, which I think is such a beautiful thing to come out of it. So thank you for sharing those examples, Karen. I really appreciate it. And Anthony, I'd like to end with you. What are some examples that you've seen where these projects, especially in your own artistic practice, have led spaces to become sites of healing, connection, or reflection?
Yeah, what a wonderful question. What they said. I'm joking. I'm joking. Yeah, actually, it is based. My response to that is based on what you all have said. So, Holly, you were talking about Camp Logan, the 1917 uprising, and that was actually one of my first. So, a response to that by the artist Jefferson Pender back in 2019 was my first segue into public art and performance. I was actually a part of the group that was commissioned by Diverse Works to retell that story, reimagine that story. And it was, we actually trained for several months before we did the, I call it a retelling. It wasn't necessarily a historically accurate representation, but we did walk with rifles through the neighborhood, not the full way, not the full journey that the soldiers took from Camp Logan, from the actual historical marker to the Gregory School, but we walked part of the way. And one of the things that I was incensed about, or just really just kind of that activated my imagination about how spaces could be activated, was the fact that we were able to loop the neighborhood into the understanding of that history. And so, to your point, Holly, there's so much history in Houston, obviously, but then there's historical aspects of our local history that just have not really been told. And to be honest with you, so I'm a native Houstonian. I was an adult before there's a historian by the name of Arthur McCrae who was doing some research on Camp Logan, and I mean, blew me away like several years before the recreation happened with the history of that space. And I embarked upon a journey to really research, and so I think it was serendipitous that I got a chance to participate in that. But you know, I think that every artist that participated, so the group that did the recreation, the reenactment, were it was a group of Houston-based performers and visual artists, but also people from the Chicago era that Jefferson had recruited to be a part of this experience. And so we, you know, I want to say, you know, since then I haven't seen anything in that space that quite does that heavy lifting of like really just going into the neighborhood and, you know, scaring people and really pushing them towards a real understanding of the history. But I think that it was a great placeholder for understanding how we can activate spaces in that way and have them actually be moments of healing. And so one of the great markers, I bring it up also because one of the great markers of that particular performance was the community reception of it, and how when we ended our walk, we recited. It was a script that was written that was based on the retelling from soldiers that were people had done interviews, and but they were poetic retellings of the experiences of that space. And the community outpouring was so beautiful. People were crying. A lot of the performers ended up crying at the end. And honestly, I'm not a performance artist, and I had no idea really how that would affect me as an artist moving forward, but it did. But in line with that, I look at parks the various parks within Houston as a space that's laden with, it's pregnant with energy of the history of those spaces that needs to be activated and told. The projects that I've been fortunate enough to activate with my own sculpture, I think are also a great example of how we can really kind of undermine I talked earlier about the commodification of spaces and how, for lack of a better term, capitalism creates this dominant culture within community spaces where the land and the real estate becomes just about the money that can be made from it. I was actually commissioned last year, I'm still working on the project, by Missouri City to do a memorial for the Palmer Plantation. They have a freedom tree there that I'm a resident of Missouri City now for the last 5 years, and my family and I didn't realize that this freedom tree was just 5 miles away from our house. And it has a lot of the same historical markers as Emancipation Park. But this plantation was a 640-acre plantation, and the history is pretty much all but wiped out. The freedom tree is still there. There was nothing there to really commemorate what happened there or the enslaved individuals that were there. And there's actually, so this is I don't have a picture of it, but imagine the scene of this, a really beautiful live oak tree that's been there for, over 100 years, but there's a neighborhood around it, built around it. And so for passersby, they don't know the history of this space. And, I'm glad that Missouri City is doing the effort. They're going through the effort to really try to commemorate and venerate the souls that were there. But I think that there obviously needs to be, I told you I was going to have critical feedback also. I think Houston needs to do more of that. I think parks are just a relatively easy lift in terms of having open space that can be responsive to the history that gets lost. The other thing that comes to mind in talking about Emancipation Park, so my previous studio was right across the street from Emancipation Park, and I had seen Emancipation Park go through this revitalization from the gentrifying kind of elements in the neighborhood. And, I would routinely, I have to admit, I would routinely complain about the way that the park had been kind of forgotten about for many years before the kind of rebirth of it. But I quickly kind of changed my tune, because when I was there as a artist in residence for PRH, I would get a chance to walk across the street, and I saw so many beautiful displays of how not only the history was being celebrated, but also how, as I spoke about, kind of that Sankofa model of looking backwards, how people could take the history and make new practices for themselves within the community. And so, through concerts, through music, through performance art, through visual art, site-specific art, there are so many examples of that kind of happening ongoing with Emancipation Park. And then, I want to kind of end with this, there's, as we are kind of witnessing the emergence of the Juneteenth holiday being celebrated, there are all these places around Houston, Emancipation Park, the trail that goes to Galveston. There are these expressions where people are understanding that public art or public expression of these important historical moments can be creatively reimagined, and they can really take the path of migration. And so, that's a connection that I've made even through going back to 2019 when I was able to be a part of that retelling of the Camp Logan history. That was the thing that kind of kept going back to my mind. Even Teresa and I had a really great coffee some months ago, and we talked about water and pathways to water, and this idea of migration across land. And I think that when you look at so many of the histories of all of the people that have been a part of these multiple layers that are here in Texas, there's a kind of a migratory pattern that we have to look at. Even the truncating, as I was talking about Palmer Plantation, the truncating and kind of reducing of the history of those spaces, and then people being driven out of those spaces for various reasons. And so I think that those are really strong connections, but again, it's rooted to the open public spaces that we, have used for the purposes of recreation, but I think there's a strong historical component in those places as well.
Absolutely. I think that having open space leads to open conversation and open expression, and all of that comes into play when we're thinking about the ways that land is acknowledged and space is created to tell Houston stories. I had never known that there was a recreation of Camp Logan, like that type of event that you participated in, and I think that it's wonderful that the community was also so activated by it. I think that that's important as well, that it's not something that only an individual can enjoy the benefits of, but we can all independently do so and collectively together. So I think I'd like to end on that note. Thank you all so much for another wonderful conversation. Can I please get another round of applause for our panelists? Thank you. I think we truly could have talked for the rest of the day on this subject, and I would have loved to bring everybody else in and have that continue for as long as we possibly could. But at this time, we have come to the end of our program today. So can I please get one more round of applause for all 8 of our incredible panelists today? Thank you. I want to say thank you to each and every one of you for being here. Thank you, Holly, Teresa, Karen, Anthony. Out in the audience, thank you, Dr. Esparza, Dr. Harwell, Paul, Mika. Thank you all so much for sharing your insights and your expertise. It has been a true delight to learn from all of you today, and thank you for being such an instrumental part of this event. None of it would be possible without you. So thank you all very much. Really appreciate it. Thank you. And lastly, I want to say thank you to our audience. Thank you for being so wonderful and spending your time with us today. We really, really appreciate it. Thank you for taking a part in this meaningful dialogue. I truly feel like we've gathered a community here today of people who are going to go out and contribute to the fields of public art and public history and put their strengths into practice so that we can keep our city's history alive for a vibrant tomorrow. Thank you all for being here, and have a wonderful rest of your afternoon. Thank you. Please feel free to take some food with you on the way out. Can the other panelists who are still here with us, would you mind coming up to the stage so we can take a group photo together? Thank you. Let's see. Let's see.
Downtown, but I remember like sitting on she said it's probably in my story somewhere, but I gotta find it.
Hello? Is Andrew ready to come over here and get some lunch? I'm not. I'm going to clean off the table. Okay. He can come over here and help clean up. If I could just hand you stuff to... I'm going to sort them out and recycle most of them later. You can just put them all together. I mean, yeah, I'm saving all of it for now. So, do we still? Are the techs still in the AV booth? Can I leave the clicker over here? Okay, thank you.